Aum Namo Narayanaya, dear sisters, brothers, and loving children. It brings me immense joy on behalf of the officials of the Ramakrishna Centre of South Africa, Phoenix, Johannesburg Sub-Centre, to extend a very warm and cordial welcome to each of you to this evening's online program as we commemorate the 186th birth anniversary of Sri Ramakrishna. The message of Sri Ramakrishna to the modern world, which he gave through his life and through his recorded conversations, may be briefly stated as: the goal of human life is the realization of the ultimate reality, which alone can give man supreme fulfillment and everlasting peace. This is the essence of all religions. The Johannesburg Sub-Centre has been actively providing COVID-19 welfare services to indigent families, hospices, and needy homes since the commencement of South Africa's national lockdown. Over the past 22 months, the Johannesburg Sub-Centre has provided in excess of 35 tons of food items, consumables, fruit and vegetables, cleaning chemicals for sanitization and masks, as well as various other items to impacted communities in Gauteng and in KwaZulu-Natal. In addition, the Johannesburg Sub-Centre has embarked on a milestone project to build an ashrama complex in the name of our great master, Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, and feel blessed to announce that by our great master's grace, we have received communication from the Johannesburg municipality that our rezoning application has been approved, subject to conditions. With your kind and humble support, we intend on breaking ground on this milestone project in October of this year. We humbly appeal to all our devotees, well-wishers, and donors for your support as we take our next step in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of building an ashrama complex. If you would like to donate or participate by offering your skills in any of these activities, please send us a message with your email address and contact number on the live chat, or by emailing the Johannesburg Sub-Centre on johannesburg@ramakrishna-phoenix.org.za. We will now commence with this evening's program.
मण्डलाकारम् व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। भव सागर तारन कारण है रवि नंदन बंधन खंडन है। भव सागर तारन कारण है रवि नंदन बंधन खंडन है। शरणागत किंकर भीत मने शरणागत किंकर भीत मने गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। हृदि कंदर तामस भास्कर है तुमी विष्णु प्रजापति शंकर है। पर ब्रह्म परात्पर वेद भने। पर ब्रह्म परात्पर वेद भने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। मनोवारण शासन अंकुश है नर त्राण तारे हरि चाक्षुष है। गुणगान परायण देवगणे। गुणगान परायण देवगणे। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। कुल कुंडलिनी घुम भंजक है हृदय ग्रंथि विदारण कारक है। मम मानस चंचल रात्र दिने। मम मानस चंचल रात्र दिने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। गुरुदेव दया कर दीन जने। रिपुसूदन मंगल नायक है सुख शांति बरा भयदायक है। त्रयताप हरे तब नाम ত্রয়তাপহারে তব নাম গুণে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে অভিমান প্রভাব বিমর্দক হে গতিহীন জানে তুমি রক্ষা হে চিত শঙ্কিত বঞ্চিত ভক্তি ধনে চিত শঙ্কিত বঞ্চিত ভক্তি ধনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে তব নাম সদা শুভ সাধক হে পতিতাধম মানব পাবক হে মহিমা তব গোচর শুদ্ধ মনে মহিমা তব গোচর শুদ্ধ মনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে জয় সদ্গুরু ঈশ্বর প্রাপক হে ভবরোগ বিকার বিনাশক হে মন যেন রহে তব শ্রী চরণে মন যেন রহে তব শ্রী চরণে গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে 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 গুরুদেব দয়া কর দীন জনে
हरि ओम राम कृष्ण बोलो मनवा हरि ओम राम कृष्ण बोलो मनवा शारदा राम कृष्ण नाम बोलो एक बार शारदा राम कृष्ण नाम बोलो एक बार हरि ओम राम कृष्ण बोलो मनवा हरि ओम राम कृष्ण Krishna bolo manama. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama. Sarada Ramakrishna naam bolo ek baar. Sarada Ramakrishna naam bolo ek baar. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama. Sukhamaka Hari Om Ramakrishna naam. Antakala Hari Om Ramakrishna naam. Tarak Brahma Hari Om Ramakrishna naam. Niye tore Shri Sharada Ramakrishna naam. Niye tore Shri Sharada Ramakrishna naam. Hoye jab mein pula kaam pula ke apaan. Hoye jab mein pula kaam pula ke apaan. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama. Hari Om Ramakrishna bolo manama.
ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः. Namaskar to all of you. Welcome to the special program Sri Ramakrishna Jayanti. Now it's time for us to worship Sri Ramakrishna. So I think we had given the list of things to be procured for the puja, and it's common. So if you have procured all the items for worship, well and good, we'll do all that service to the Lord. If you couldn't procure some of the items due to the difficulty of COVID or whatever reason may be, then you can replace it with rice, akshata, or else you can just replace it with even flour or water, or even if you can't do that, then finally you can do the mental worship. You can offer that, imagine that mentally and offer it mentally. So now we shall start the worship of Sri Ramakrishna. So first it is Achamanam, purifying ourselves. So this Achaman is for ourselves, rinsing our mouth. So take water in the spoon and then sip it 3 times, telling Om Vishnuhu, Om Vishnuhu, Om Vishnuhu. So each time you wash your hand, then we will tell the mantra Om Sarvamangala Mangalyam Varenyam Varadam Shubham Narayanam Namaskritya Sarvakarmani Karayet. Then after chanting Vishnu, Vishnu, and then sipping water 3 times, we will tell the mantra Om Tad Vishnoho Paramam Padam Sada Pashyanti Suryaha Diviva Chakshuratatam Om Apavitrah Pavitro Va Sarvavastangatopi Va Yahasmaret Pundari Kaksham Sabhahyabhyantaraha Shuchihi. When we do the Achamaniya by taking the name of Lord Vishnu or any god, some people do it with even the name of Vedas, whatever you like, any name, any mantra, then we will be purified internally and externally. So that is the significance of Achamana, to get ourselves purified. We will go to the next process. Now it is time to do the Pitanyasa. You should get your heart ready to bring Lord Ramakrishna into our heart. So this process is called Pitanyasa, consecration of the seat of the deity in our heart. So touching the chest with the Mruga Mudra. You can see the Mruga Mudra just like a deer. It is there, the mudra like this. So touch it to your heart like this. Then chant the mantra. Om Hrim Pitadevatabhyo Namaha. Om Hrim Pitashakti-bhyo Namaha. So you have made the Pita, the lotus in your heart, ready to accept the Ishtadevata now Sri Ramakrishna to come and sit there and worship you. Yeah, next process. we are going to the next slide, that is Jivanyasaha. Now this is the Lelihana Mudra. So that Lelihana Mudra, with that Mudra, consecration of the self, your own Atman. So the Lord Ramakrishna is now done the Prana Pratishtha, just like in image or in any other things. Now the Lord will be done Prana Pratishtha into your own heart, in this body, purified body. Now we have purified our body, made the heart ready. Now we'll be doing the Prana Pratishtha, installation of or infusion of life of Sri Ramakrishna, now our chosen deity, because we are celebrating his birthday, into our own newly made divine body. So thinking that Soham, Saha Aham, I am he. So with that Lelihana Mudra, we'll touch the heart and tell the mantra. We'll go to the next process, that is the Jivanyasaha. The Jiva, the Prana, and all the whole parts of Sri Ramakrishna will be now invoked by the mantra. I will tell the mantra, you feel that Sri Ramakrishna is gradually entering your body, into your heart. Aum Reem Krom Yam Ram Lam Vam Sham Sham Sam Haum Hamsah Sri Ramakrishna Devatayah Pranayah Pranaha. Lord Ramakrishna's prana has now entered your body. Aum Reem Krom Yam Ram Lam Vam Sham Sham Sam Haum Hamsah Sri Ramakrishna Devatayah Jiva Ihastitaha. Now the Jiva, the life of Sri Ramakrishna, has entered your body. Aum Reem Krom Yam Ram Lam Vam Sham Sham Sam Haum Hamsah Sri Ramakrishna Devatayah Sarvendriyani. All the organs of Sri Ramakrishna has now entered your organs or your body. Aum Reem Krom Yam Ram Lam Vam Sham Sham Sam Haum Hamsah Sri Ramakrishna Devatayah Vang Manaha Chakshuhu Tvak Shotraha Grana Prana Ihagatya Sukham Charam Tishtantu Swaha. Now with this mantra, the whole of Sri Ramakrishna now has entered. You are now no more. Only Sri Ramakrishna is present. Instead of you, in your stead, Sri Ramakrishna is present. Now you have become one. Ramakrishna has entered your heart. That is Jivanyasa, consecration of the self. We are going to the next step after this process. Now it is Rishyadinyasa. Chant with folded hand. It is the homage to the Rishi. So now, who is the Rishi? Then what is the mantra? Then what is the chandas, the meter with which the mantra is there? And what are we using this? Vinyoga. So now we will do that. Chant with folded hands. The process with folded hand, you have to chant with folded hand. Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. This is the mantra. Ityasya mantrasya Brahmarshihi Gayatri Chandaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaha Sri Ramakrishno Devata Rishyadinyase Vinyogaha. Now we have done the Rishyadinyasa. We are going to consecrate the mantra, the Rishi and other things, chandas, into our body. We are going to next process of Rishyadinyasa. With the Tattva Mudra, this is the Tattva Mudra. Touching the following parts of the body with the Tattva Mudra. Now we will invoke that. In the head, Om Brahmane Rishiye Namaha, Om Gayatri Chandase Namaha, Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Now we are going to do the Karanyasa, consecration of the Lord's mantra or Bija mantra into our hands, fingers. So I'm Angushtabhyam. Angushta means the thumb. Through the four fingers we are consecrating the thumbs. I'm Angushtabhyam Namaha, Ram Tarjanibhyam Swaha, Mam Madhyamabhyam Vasht, Kram Anamikabhyam Hum, Shnang Kanishtabhyam Vaushat. I'm Ramakrishna Karatalapushtabhyam Astray Fat. So we have done the Karanyasa. We will now do the Anganyasa. Next process. I'm Hridayaya Namaha, heart. Ram Shirase Swaha, Mam Shikayai Vasht, Kram Kavachaya Hum, Shnam Netratrayayo Avshat. I'm Ramakrishna Karatalapushtabhyam Astraya Fat. So I'm Ramakrishna. So that mantra I'm, that is been consecrated in our thumbs and our body. So the whole body, the thumb, has been consecrated with the mantra of the Lord. So Karashuddhi and Angushuddhi, our hands, our body has become pure. We are going to the next process, that is Vyapakanyasa. So we have three bodies, that is total consecration. That is the gross body, then internally we have the subtle body, then into that is the causal body. So all the three bodies have to be purified, and there are another sheets. They are called 5 sheets. This one is the Annamaya Kosha, then Pranamaya Kosha, then there is the Manomaya Kosha, then there is the Anandamaya Kosha, then so like that 5 sheets are there. So if you do 5 times, all the sheets, 5 sheets will be consecrated. 3 times, then the 3 bodies. So it is the same thing. So we will do Vyapakanyasa. The picture is shown. So starting with the head like this, with the mantra Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Om. So we have done the Vyapakanyasa. We are going to the next process now. That is the Pitha Puja. We have established the Pitha, the seat, in our heart and established the Lord there in our heart. Now we have to bring that Lord from our heart, Ramakrishna, who is established in our heart, to the place where we are worshipping, either in the Baneshwara Shivalinga or the image of Sri Ramakrishna, or whatever yantra you have in that in front of you, the image or photo. We will be now worshipping the seat where it is kept of the deity, making ready the seat of for the Lord to be installed there now from my heart to that image. So worship of the seat of the deity, this is the Pitha Puja. Over the yantra, worship with flower touched with sandal paste with the following mantra. Take the flower touched with the sandal paste, then worship that seat, that place where you keep the image or the Shivalinga or Baneshwarlinga and other things. Om Hrim Pitha Devata. Om Hrim Ete Gandha Pushpe Pitha Devatabhyo Namaha. Om Hrim Ete Gandha Pushpe Pitha Shaktibhyo Namaha. We are now going to the next step. That is the meditation, Dhyanam. So now you take the flower besmeared with sandal paste, then take it in the Kurma Mudra like this, then in the hand keep it like this. It is like the tortoise. Meditation Mudra at the heart. You can keep it like this. So it is, the indication is, significance is, you are now withdrawing all your senses into your heart, into the mind, not allowing the mind to go out through the senses doorways outside. So tortoise is just like the tortoise tucks in all its limbs into its shell. Likewise, we are tucking in all the indriyas, the mind going here and there. No distraction, concentration, focus now on Sri Ramakrishna in your heart through the Dhyana Mudra by telling the mantra. Next we are going to see the mantra, meditation. Take the flower besmeared with sandal paste in Kurma Mudra, then meditate in the heart of an effulgent and living form of Sri Ramakrishna, chanting the mantra. I will tell the mantra, you can also repeat it, it is there on the screen. Om Hridaya Kamala Madhye Rajitam Nirvikalpam Sadasat Akhila Bhedatitam Ekaswarupam Prakriti Vikriti Shunyam Nityam Anandamurtim Vimala Paramahamsam Ramakrishnam Bhajamaha. We are going to the next slide now. The mantra, the next mantra is given in the next slide. Nirupamam Atisukshmam Nishprapancham Niriham Gagana Sadrusham Isham Sarvabhutadivasam Trigunarahita Satchit Brahmarupam Varenyam Vimala Paramahamsam Ramakrishnam Bhajamaha. Vitaritum Avatiranam Gnanabhakti Prashanti Pranaya Galita Chittam Jivadukka Asahishnum Dhrita Sahaja Samadhim Chinmayam Komalangam Vimala Paramahamsam Ramakrishnam Bhajamaha. Now we will tell the Ramakrishna Gayatri. Om Ramakrishnaya Vidmahe Gadadaraya Dhimahi Tanno Devah Prachodayat. Now we are going to the next process of the meditation. Now, having kept the flower used in the meditation on the photo or the image or Baneshwara Shivalinga, now imagine the divine manifestation of the deity, that is Lord Ramakrishna, in an effulgent living form. So in that image, wherever you are to do. So how to do that? Breathe on the flower. Now think that Ramakrishna is coming out of your heart through the nostrils, left nostrils. So you bring the mudra this way, the flower is there in your hand. From the edge of this here, cover the right nostril, through the left nostril, breathe the air on the flower through the left nostril, imagining that the luminous form of Lord Ramakrishna is emerging from your heart into the flower without breaking the Kurma Mudra. Take the flower towards the the yantra or Baneshwara Shivalinga or the image of or photo of Ramakrishna and deposit on the Shivalinga, thinking that the luminous form of the Lord Ramakrishna has been transferred from the flower to the Shivalinga. The idea is that the effulgent Lord Sri Ramakrishna had been in your heart, now he is being bought out and externalized, as it were, for the purpose of worship. Now keep it on the image or wherever you are doing the worship, the yantra or the Baneshwar Linga. Then sprinkle water 3 times. That Ganga water is there 3 times. You sprinkle it on the deity 3 times, uttering the Mula mantra. Om Aim Sarvadevi Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Namaha. Om Aim Sarvadevi Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Namaha. Om Aim Sarvadevi Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Namaha. Om. So now he has come out of your heart. He is infinite. So to make him complete, so you show the Paramikarana Mudra. This is Paramit. You can see the Paramikarana Mudra. So to show on that image, to make him complete there. Complete Ramakrishna is manifested in its infinity there. Image. We are going to the next process, that is the Puja. Yeah, now we will, before entering it to the Dashopachara, the Shodasha Upachara, 16 item, because today is Sri Ramakrishna's birthday according to the Hindu calendar. So we have to give him special worship, special services. So it is 16 items worship, 16 services will be given. So before that we will go to the birthplace of Sri Ramakrishna, that is Kamarpukur, and see how they worship him, how they do this worship, and how Ramakrishna in his birthplace Kamarpukur is decorated, all those things, and then come back to the Shodasha Puja. We will see the video now. Where Ramakrishna was born in Kamarpukur, where the Ramakrishna's image has been installed. Now you can see the Pujari Maharaj doing the puja. You can see there sitting here nearby is the relative of Sri Ramakrishna. The Purvashrama relatives of Sri Ramakrishna is sitting there. You can see here the head. So that is the descendants of Sri Ramakrishna. So now the Swamiji is a monk of Ramakrishna order. He is doing puja of Sri Ramakrishna. This is exactly the birthplace. The birthplace of Sri Ramakrishna has been converted into the shrine now. Now you can see that person who is going with the white dress and lifting that Naivedya is the descendant of Sri Ramakrishna. The Shodasha Puja is being done to Sri Ramakrishna with all the 16 services on this special day, the birthday. Arghya is placed. This is the Arghya that I am offering completely myself to the Lord. That is the indication of Arghya, with the Bilupatra and little sandal paste on all the 3 leaves of the Vilopatra, then Akshata rice, then Durva grass, then flower. That is Arghya, offering oneself. This is the indication. See, the Swamiji is also giving the Arghya. We have to first touch the head, then the heart, then the 2 feet of the Lord. That is the way we give the Arghya. Arati is being performed. That is the room of Sri Ramakrishna where Sri Ramakrishna used to live. You can see the door, Ramakrishna used to live here. This is the room where Sri Ramakrishna lived in Kamarpukur. It is maintained as it is. Gautamanandaji Maharaj is doing the Chamara Seva. The Vice President, Revered Gautamanandaji Maharaj in Kamarpukur is doing the Chamara Seva to Lord Ramakrishna. With the Pujari Maharaj, Revered Gautamanandaji Maharaj is also doing the Chamara Seva in Kamarpukur. After the puja, so Ramakrishna is given the, just like the fanning, the service of fanning air to Ramakrishna. Now they have finished performing the Shodasha Upachara Puja, 16 items to Ramakrishna in his birthplace. Now we shall perform it in our place. You can do it in our house. I will just go on repeating the mantra and telling you what to do. Then you can perform similarly. It's very simple. Now the first is you have to give a small piece of cloth or a small metal piece or something as asana, seat for the deity, for the Lord to sit on. A small asana, a small piece of cloth can be given. I'll tell the mantra, you place it in front of the Lord for the Lord to sit. Asanam Om idam rajatasanam sarvadeva devi swarupa Sri Ramakrishnaya namaha. I think you have given the asana for the Lord to sit. Now you have to welcome the Lord. So now the Lord is coming to sit on that asana. You have to welcome him. So now it is swagatam, welcoming the Lord. So we will welcome the Lord with great devotion. O Lord, please come and accept my worship in my house. So the Lord will be now coming to your shrine in your house and he will accept your worship. Now swagatam Om Aum Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Ramakrishna Deva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. O Lord Sri Ramakrishna, please come and accept my worship. Suswagatam, swagatam is welcome, welcome. Now when Ramakrishna has come to your house, to your shrine, now wash his feet with the water. fresh water, pure water. You can even add rose water to make it more good, this thing. And also very softly wash his feet. I'll tell the mantra. Om Aim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Now wipe the feet of the Lord slowly, softly, with a very soft towel. I think you have finished giving the Padyam. Now it is time to give Arghyam. Arghya generally means giving water to wash the hands. You can do that too. Wash the hands of the Lord Ramakrishna with the water. Then again wipe his hand. Now it is just like that Swamiji gave that Arghya. Prepare the Bilva Patra and apply Gandha on all the 3 leaves. That is sandal paste. Then you can apply the rice Akshata on all the 3 places where you have applied Gandha. It will stick onto it. Then Durva, that is the grass, Durva grass. Then flower. So it is indicating that you are giving the whole of your mind. Bilva indicating the Gnana, and this thing Gandha indicating the devotion or the emotions, feelings in you. Like that the whole mind is offered to the Lord. Now please offer Arghya to the Lord. Now it is time to give the Achamaniyam. That is water to rinse the mouth of Sri Ramakrishna. We have rinsed the mouth, washed our mouth through the Achamana and made ourselves pure in the beginning itself. Now you are giving water to wash the mouth, rinse the mouth of Sri Ramakrishna. I'll tell the mantra. Please give Ramakrishna water to sip. Om Aim Idam Achamaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Swadha. Now after sipping the water, you have to give Madhuparka. I think all of you know what is meant by Madhuparka. It's a mixture of milk, curds, honey, ghee, that is clarified butter, then the sugar. So you mix that in equal proportions. It will be like liquid. Then that fluid is given for Ramakrishna to drink. So for the drinking purpose. Bathing purpose Panchamritam is different. This is for the drinking purpose Panchamritam. So it is very healthy drink and it will give you a lot of strength. So now the Madhuparka, I will tell the mantra. You can mix that thing. I think it was given in the list. Now we shall offer. If you don't have it, don't worry. Mentally you can offer it. Om Aim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Swadha. So after taking that Madhuparka, again Ramakrishna has to wash his or rinse his mouth, because that remnant of that Madhuparka will be there in the mouth. So it is called Punar Achamaniyam, giving again water to rinse the mouth of Sri Ramakrishna. Om Aim Idam Punar Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Swadha. So you are given the water to again rinse the mouth of the Lord. Now it is Gandha Tailam. Now before giving bath, we apply the moisturizer of something. So now the Gandha Tailam, the scented oil, is applied to the body of Sri Ramakrishna. You can apply feeling that Sri Ramakrishna is like a small boy or a child in your house, like your son or like your brother, young brother. So you can now apply oil, that scented oil, good oil, healthy oil, the whole of, just like we have that Narayana Taila or some other Taila you will be having in South Africa too. They apply that oil. So that oil can be, good oil can be applied on the whole person of Sri Ramakrishna before the bath. So I will softly, you will apply that oil. I will tell the mantra. Om Aim Idam Gandha Tailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Nivedayami. Now you have applied the oil very gently to the body of Sri Ramakrishna. So now it is the time to give the Snaniyam, water for bath. So it should be warm enough. So the warm water, it should not be cold water, it is warm water. So now if it is hot outside, then you give lukewarm water or cold water. If it is cold outside, give hot water. So you feel what is good, what will be pleasant to the Lord. Accordingly, with your devotion, with your feeling, you give the bath. So just like you are bathing a baby in your house, a small child or your son or daughter or your brother, you please bathe Sri Ramakrishna with great care. So now when you are bathing Sri Ramakrishna with pure water, and you can apply some baby soap and other things which has good fragrance. So, and just like you give a bath to your baby, please do that. And I will tell the mantram. It's a long process. Then after that you can give the items Panchamrita one by one. So first you have to give, after the fresh water you have to give the milk. Then after milk, then you will be giving curds. Then after curds you will be giving ghee, that is clarified butter. Then after that you will be giving honey, madhu. Then last you will be applying sugar. Then again pure water. Then it is wiping the body of Sri Ramakrishna with a soft towel very gently. So now we will give the bath. I will tell the mantra as well as I will be ringing the bell. You also can do that, ringing the bell. Somebody else with you also can ring the bell, and I will chant the mantra for you. Om Aum idam snaniyam sarvadeva devi swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya nivedayami. Now I will tell first Anvaka of the Purusha Sutta. Om Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasrakshas Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishvato Bhrutva Atyatishtat Dashangulam. Om. I'm going to chant the first mantra of the Rig Veda. Om Agnimi Ile Purohitai Yajnasya Deva Mritvijam Ota Aram Ratnadhatamam. I'm going to now chant the first mantra of the Yajurveda. Om Ishetorjetva Vayavastha Devo Vassavita Prarpayatu Shreshtatamaya Karmane. Now I'm going to chant the Atharvana Veda. Om Agna Ayahi Vitaye Krinano Havyadataye Nihota Satsi Barhishi. Now I'm going to chant the Samaveda. The earlier which I chanted was Samaveda. Now I'm going to chant the Atharvana Veda, first mantra. Om Shanno Devi Rabhishtaya Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Shanyor Abhisravantu Naha. Now Ramakrishna Gayatri. Om Ramakrishnaya Vidmahe Gadadharaya Dhimahi Tanno Devah Prachodayat. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu. I think now you have finished the whole process of giving the bath. That's why while you are giving the bath, I was chanting the mantra and ringing the bell. You have given the bath to Sri Ramakrishna as a small child with great care. So now we will go to the next process after the bath. First you have to wipe clean the water and all the other things from the person of Sri Ramakrishna with a soft towel. Gently handle Sri Ramakrishna with great care, just like a small child of yours, a son of yours, just born baby. Now after that, give vastram, cloth for the deity. Vastram is cloth. So usually the Ramakrishna will wear the dhoti or the vesti. The lower thing is called the dhotra or vesti. So that cloth is vastram. Then uttariyam is the next cloth, that is the upper cloth, uttariyam, or it is called chadar, uttariyam. So one by one we will decorate Lord with that cloth, or whatever cloth you have, you feel you can decorate the child, your child of the house, you can do that. Now I will tell the mantram. Om Aum idam vastram sarvadeva devi swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya nivedayami. Now the upper cloth, uttariyam. Om Aum idam uttariyam sarvadeva devi swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya nivedayami. Now you can decorate Sri Ramakrishna with lot of ornaments. Whatever you feel good ornaments, a crown, a golden crown or whatever you feel. Mentally you can think. Then chain, necklace and arm band, this thing different to this. You can give lot of ornaments, whatever you feel like. You can mentally offer the ornaments. Abharanam, it's called abharana, ornaments. I tell the mantra, you go on doing that mentally, or if you have anything you can give that, or you can give in the form of akshata, or if you have any ornaments already you can give it to him. Om Aim Idam Rajatabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Nivedayami. Now you shall apply Gandha, that is the sandalwood, on the person of Sri Ramakrishna. Apply the sandalwood on the body of Sri Ramakrishna. It is just like a moisturizer. So just like he's a small baby, you can apply that. I will tell the mantra, Om Aim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Then take all varieties of flowers you have gathered, then dip it in sandal paste and then give it to Ramakrishna. Fragrant, beautiful flowers. I will tell the mantra, Om Aimidam Sachandana Pushpam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Vaushat. Then Bilvapatram. Take Bilvapatram, apply sandal paste, then we shall give Bilvapatram to Sri Ramakrishna. Om Aimidam Sachandana Bilvapatram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Vaushat. Om Amrutodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sadapriyam Bilvapatram Prayachami Pavitrante Sureshwara. Now Tulsi Patram. So when you give Tulsi Patram, just like I told a mantra for Bilvapatra, we have to tell that mantra and give them. Om Namaste Bahurupaya Vishnave Paramatmane Swaha. Om Aim Idam Sachandana Tulsi Patram. So apply sandal paste to the Tulsi leaves and give it to the Lord. Om Aim Idam Sachandana Tulsi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. We are going to the next process now. Now it is Dhupaha. Light the incense stick, the agarbatti, and then wave in front of the Lord up to the nose. Don't go too near the nose, but you should get that fragrance. I will tell the mantra, ringing the bell, you can give it. Om Aim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Om Vanaspati Raso Divyo Gandhadhiha Sumanoharaha Agreha Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratikrishitam. Now it is time to give Deepa. Light the lamp, the ghee, with the ghee wicks and other things, or whatever you have made ready. Now we shall, after lighting, wave it slowly in front of the Lord up to the level of the eyes. Don't take the flame too near the body. I will tell the mantra. We will now give ringing the bell. Deepaha. Om Aim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Om Suprakasho Mahadeepaha Sarvatastimirapaha Tabhahyabhyantara Jyotirdeepoyam Pratigrishatam. Om Aim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Now it's the time to give Naivedyam. You have arranged a lot of beautiful sweets, fruits and other things, whatever you like. You have arranged there, whatever you kept. Then you can feed Sri Ramakrishna with your own hands and see that Ramakrishna is very, very happy with all the sweets you have prepared in your own house or bought from outside shop, sweetmeat shop. Now feed Ramakrishna with the fruits and the sweet with your own hands, as if you are feeding your own baby. I will tell the mantra. Om Aim Idam Sopakarana Nevedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Nivedayami. Then give water to drink, Paniyam. So the water in the lota or the cup can be given. You can feed Sri Ramakrishna with water. I will tell the mantra. Om Aimidam Panartodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Nivedayami. Then after the Naivedyam, again we will give little water to sip, rinse the mouth. That's called Punar Achamaniyam. Om Aim Idam Punar Achamaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Swadha. Now we shall give pan. Take the betel leaf, apply very little chun or calcium so that it may burn the tongue. So very little. Then betel nuts, which should be soft and small, broken into small pieces so that it will not be difficult for Sri Ramakrishna to chew it. Then elachi to fragrance it, and other masala. Whatever you feel it can be added to the pan and made beautiful. You apply, fold it and keep it in the mouth of Sri Ramakrishna for achieving. So I will tell the mantra. Om Aim Idam Tambulam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Nivedayami. Now we shall make ready a garland, Pushpa Malyam garland, of fragrant flowers of Kamala Pushpa or Jasmine or whatever it is available. Then we will decorate, we will put around the neck of Sri Ramakrishna, Pushpa Malyam garland. Om Aim Idam Sachandana Pushpa Malyam, apply sandal paste, so Sachandana. Om Aim Idam Sachandana Pushpa Malyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Nivedayami. Now we have completed the 16 item puja services to the Lord with great devotion, Shodasha Upachara Puja. Now we will go to do the Pushpanjali. So take Anjali means folded hands, cupped hands. So take flowers, Bilva Patra, whatever is remaining there, Tulsi Patra, everything in your hands and offered it in cupped hand. It indicates that you are doing it with great humility and devotion. Offer Pushpanjali 3 or 5 times, chanting the following mantra according to the availability of flowers, Bilva Patra, Tulsi Patra in your plate now remaining. You tell the mantra. Om Aim Esha Sachandana Pushpa Bilva Patranjalihi Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Bhaushat. So you can give 3 times or 5 times. So now we are going to the next step, that is the Avarana Puja, worship of the deities who are eternally accompanying the chosen deity. So with Ramakrishna there will be so many direct disciples and other great devotees who have come to serve him always. So we will worship them with flower and sandal paste, worship of the other deities eternally accompanying the chosen deity Ramakrishna. Om Aim Ete Gandha Pushpe Sri Ramakrishna Shadanga Devatabhyo Namaha. Om Aim Ete Gandha Pushpe Sri Ramakrishna Avarana Devatabhyo Namaha. Om Aim Hrim Ete Gandha Pushpe Sarvadeva Devi Swarupinyai Sri Sharda Devyai Namaha. We have worshipped Mother Sharda Devi also. Now all the 16 disciples we are giving a flower with sandal paste. Om Ete Gandha Pushpe Vivekanandadi Sri Ramakrishna Parshadebhyo Namaha. So we have finished Avarana Puja. We are going to the next step. That is, now we have completed the puja worship. Now we will do Japa. Take the name of the Lord. If you have been given the mantra diksha by your guru, then repeat that mantra. If you have not been initiated, you can repeat this mantra, which is given there on the slide. We have already repeated it earlier. I will chant it 21 times. Generally it has to be done 108 times because of the time. I will do just 21 times. You can continue to complete 108 times. Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Sri Ramakrishna Namaha. 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 Om. I have completed 21 times. You can do further, complete 108 times, or even if you want more, you can do more japa, the Guru mantra which have been given, or this mantra. Now we will take water in the hand, cup hands, and offer the fruit of the japa to the Lord himself, giving back everything to the Lord, offering everything with the fruit of the japa. You will be offering the fruit of the puja also. Then you will be offering the whole papa, punya, everything, whatever you have, to the Lord. So the mantra will be told, Om Guhyat Guhya Guptatvam Grahanasmat Kritam Japam Siddhir Bhautame Deva Tat Prasadan Maheshwara. Now, in the cupped hand like this, Goyone Mudra, you offer it at the right side of the deity. Now, we will tell the final mantra of the Lord. Om Sthapakaya Cha Dharmasya Sarva Dharmaswarupine Avatara Varishtaya Ramakrishnaya Te Namaha. Om Ramakrishnaya Vidmahe Gadadharaya Dhimahi Tanno Devah Prachodayat. So we have completed the puja.
Dedicated to 187th birthday celebration of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, celebrated in Ramakrishna Centre of Johannesburg, South Africa. We wish the followers of Ramakrishna Ashram a very special day. The artists are Inika Ranna, student 11th, and Baldev Ranna, student of 9th, Bangalore, India. They are learning the Indian Bansuri and Sitar in the Hindustani style, piano in the Western classical style, and percussion instruments, tabla, mridangam, and drums. Thank you.
चया वद्धचूडं पुष्पानु पीकं च्युता नवाङ्कुरेणं मुदा मनंग मूर्तेर मतो मातंगे बसंत
187th birthday celebration of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, celebrated in Ramakrishna Centre of Johannesburg, South Africa. We wish the followers of Ramakrishna Ashram a very special day. The artists are Inika Ranna, student 11th, and Baldev Ranna, student of 9th, Bangalore, India. They are learning the Indian Bansuri and Sitar in the Hindustani style, piano in the Western classical style, and percussion instruments, tabla, mridangam, and drums. Thank you.
Dear Swami Saradaprabhanandaji, Swami Swatmaramananda, and the devotees of Ramakrishna Centre of South Africa, Johannesburg. It is indeed a great joy to be participating in the 187th birth anniversary celebration of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna being observed in your centre. The birthday of Sri Ramakrishna is observed in all the centres of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission throughout the world. All the associations, organizations and institutions running in the name of Sri Ramakrishna all over the world celebrate this sacred day in some way or the other. It is a matter of no surprise that Sri Ramakrishna, his life, teachings and his greatness are being increasingly sought out, recognized and accepted by the people of all sections of human society. Such a great spiritual luminary has never ever been seen before in the spiritual history of the world. The divinity of Sri Ramakrishna is a matter of universal acceptance and is a matter of no small consequence. Sri Ramakrishna is considered as the embodiment of all gods and goddesses, Sarva Deva Devi Swarupa. In a letter to his brother disciples, Swami Vivekananda says, that nectar which has been obtained by churning the infinite ocean of the Vedas, into which Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva and the other gods have poured their strength, which is charged with the life essence of the avatars, gods incarnate on earth. Sri Ramakrishna holds that nectar in his person, in its fullest measure. Again, to quote Swamiji's letter to his another brother disciple, Swami Shivananda, my dear brother, that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was God incarnate, I have not the least doubt. Without studying Ramakrishna Paramahamsa first, one can never understand the real import of the Vedas, the Vedanta, of the Bhagavata and the other Puranas. His life is a searchlight of infinite power thrown upon the whole mass of Indian religious thought. He was the living commentary to the Vedas and to their aim. He had lived in one life the whole cycle of national religious existence of India. About the greatness of the Ramakrishna incarnation, Swamiji again says, Swami Vivekananda again says, in point of character, Paramahamsa Deva beats all previous records, and as regards teaching, he was more liberal, more original, and more progressive than all his predecessors. What is the purpose of Sri Ramakrishna's incarnation? Swamiji again says about this, that is, to remove all corruption in religion. The Lord has incarnated himself on earth in the present age in the person of Sri Ramakrishna. The universal teachings that he offered, if spread all over the world, will do good to humanity. In conclusion, It's my earnest wish that Sri Ramakrishna's life and teachings inspire all the people in this world and take them towards the purpose of human life. I pray to Sri Ramakrishna, the Holy Mother Sharda Devi and Swami Vivekananda to shower their blessings on all of you and guide you all to your spiritual destiny. Jai Ram Krishna. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে যায় পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে প্রেমে ভুবন ভেসে যায় পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে প্রেমে ভুবন ভেসে যায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে যায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে যায় কি রূপ মাধুরী মেটে না সাদ যতই হেরি গো মোর কি রূপ মাধুরী মেটে না সাদ যতই হেরি গো মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি পরাণ সপি রাঙা পায় মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি পরাণ সপি রাঙা পায় মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি পরাণ সপি রাঙা পায় মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি পরাণ সপি রাঙা পায় মনে লয় তাই হৃদয় ধরি পরাণ সপি রাঙা পায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে যায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে যায় সদাই যেন আপন হারা মানমেতে মাতোয়ারা রে সদাই যেন আপন হারা মানমেতে মাতোয়ারা রে হাসে কাঁদে পাগল পারা হাসে কাঁদে পাগল পারা ক্ষণে নাচে ক্ষণে গায় 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 এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে আয় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে আয় মোদের তরে মায়ের কাছে কাতর করুণা যাচে গো মোদের তরে মায়ের কাছে কাতর করুণা যাচে গো এমন আপনার কে আছে এমন আপনার কে আছে আপা মোরে প্রেম বিলায় এমন আপনার কে আছে আপা মোরে প্রেম বিলায় এমন আপনার কে আছে আপা মোরে প্রেম বিলায় আর কে আছে আপামোরে প্রেম বিলায় এমন আপন আর কে আছে আপামোরে প্রেম বিলায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে আয় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে আয় পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে প্রেমে ভুবন ভেসে যায় পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে প্রেমে ভুবন ভেসে যায় এসেছে আজ প্রাণের ঠাকুর দেখবি যদি চলে আয় 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 পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে পাষাণ গলে তার নামেতে প্রেমে ভুবন ভেসে
The life of Sri Ramakrishna, 1836-1886, is a moving saga of spirituality in which purity, extraordinary love for God, and the experience of knowing God are all combined in a single life. His teachings are simple and to the point. They convince us that God exists and that there is a way of knowing God and experiencing eternal peace. The first part of Sri Ramakrishna's life was his great struggle to realize God. Under the tutelage of two great gurus, Bhairavi Brahmani and thereafter Paramahamsa Totapuri, he spent time in various spiritual practices such as prayers, chanting, rituals, singing the glories of God, listening to scriptural discourses, silent meditation, etc. All these practices were undertaken by Sri Ramakrishna with great sincerity and enthusiasm. He would later recall, an ordinary man could not have borne a quarter of that tremendous fervor. It would have burnt him up. In these words, Sri Ramakrishna summed up the intensity of his yearning to know God. After many years of struggle, he was blessed with the highest God realization. It left him with uninterrupted peace and wisdom. Sri Ramakrishna enjoyed this inner peace, but he also wanted others to experience and share in this joy. There came to him many disciples, young and old, male and female, the semi-literate and the learned, the rich and poor. It was a concourse of humanity that came to drink from this fountainhead of light and peace. His simple room at the Dakshineshwar Kali temple near the city of Calcutta, now Kolkata, was always the scene of spiritual education. People came day and night to see him. One of his disciples, Hari Prasanna Chatterjee, the future Swami Vijnanananda, recorded this scene. I felt in Sri Ramakrishna's room a tangible atmosphere of peace. The devotees present seemed to be listening in blissful absorption to the words which poured from the Master's lips. For a long time I sat there besides myself for joy, and my whole attention was concentrated on Sri Ramakrishna. Thus, and through this process of direct contact between devotees and the God-man, they emerged from that very room great souls, veritable saints who would give up the world and dedicate their entire lives to God. They would render extraordinary service to humanity, spreading the Master's love and joy to all. What did Sri Ramakrishna teach? He told us that egoism, lust and greed are the great demons that run right in our minds, robbing us of all peace and joy. To overcome these enemies, one must take to sincere spiritual practices over a long period. The mind, by the grace of God, will eventually turn Godwards and enjoy peace. Just as butter is hidden in milk, so is peace hidden in the mind. But to obtain butter, churning of the milk must be done. So it is with the mind. Our inner self has to be churned with regular spiritual practices. The end result would be the experience of peace of God.
Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Sharanya. Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Sharanya. Prabhu Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Sharanya. Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Kripa hi kevalam, Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanya. Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanya. Prabhu Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanya. Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Ramakrishna Sharanam, Sharanya. Namah Shri Gurave, Namah Shri Gurave, Namah Shri Gurave, Namo Namaha. Namah Shri Gurave, Namah Shri Gurave, Namah Shri Gurave, Namo Namaha. Krishna
Rama Krishna Rama Krishna Jaya Jaya Rama 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 Krishna
Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Sharanya
Rama Krishna Sharanam Rama Krishna Sharanam Rama Krishna Sharanam Sharanya
Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Sharanya
Jai Jai Rama Krishna Sharanam Rama Krishna Sharanam Rama Krishna Sharanam Sharanya
Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Sharanya
Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Sharanya
Prabhu Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Sharanya
Prabhu Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Kripa hi kevalam Sharanya
Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Sharanya Jai Jai Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Ramakrishna Sharanam Sharanya Sharanagatoham 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 Sharanya
Sharanagatoham 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 Sharanya
Prabhu Sharanagatoham
जय जय रामकृष्ण
रामकृष्ण रामकृष्ण 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 जय जय रामकृष्ण
ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ತಂಪನೆರೆ ವಾಸುಧೆಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ತಂಪನೆರೆ ವಾಸುಧೆಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಒಲವೆಂಬ ಫಲಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಗೆದು ಯಮಗೀವ ಒಲವೆಂಬ ಫಲಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಗೆದು ಯಮಗೀವ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಒಲವೆಂಬ ಫಲಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಗೆದು ಯಮಗೀವ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಫಲಗಳೊಸಗೆಯನೊಸೆದು ಬೇವ ಹೃದಯವ ಸಲಹೆ ಫಲಗಳೊಸಗೆಯನೊಸೆದು ಬೇವ ಹೃದಯವ ಸಲಹೆ ತಂಪನೆರೆ ವಾಸುಧೆಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ತಪಗೈದು ರಸ ತುಂಬಿ ನಿನ್ನಾತ್ಮ ಫಲವೀವ ತಪಗೈದು ರಸ ತುಂಬಿ ನಿನ್ನಾತ್ಮ ಫಲವೀವ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ತಪಗೈದು ರಸ ತುಂಬಿ ನಿನ್ನಾತ್ಮ ಫಲವೀವ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸತ್ವರಸ ಕೆಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎದೆಯ ನಂಜನು ಕಳೆದು ಸತ್ವರಸ ಕೆಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎದೆಯ ನಂಜನು ಕಳೆದು ತಂಪನೆರೆ ವಾಸುಧೆಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ Krishna. ಫಲದ ವೈಭವ ತೋರಿ ರುಚಿಸುವ ಮನವೀವ, ಫಲದ ವೈಭವ ತೋರಿ ರುಚಿಸುವ ಮನವೀವ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಫಲದ ವೈಭವ ತೋರಿ ರುಚಿಸುವ ಮನವೀವ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಉತ್ತುಂಗ ಫಲ ಪಡೆವ ಕಾರ್ಯದೊಳು ಬಳಲದೊಲು, ಉತ್ತುಂಗ ಫಲ ಪಡೆವ ಕಾರ್ಯದೊಳು ಬಳಲದೊಲು, ತಂಪನೆರೆವ ಸುಧೆಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ. ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಪಕ್ವ ಫಲಗಳ ಕಳಚಿ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಮರ್ಮವ ತೋರೋ, ಪಕ್ವ ಫಲಗಳ ಕಳಚಿ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಮರ್ಮವ ತೋರೋ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಪಕ್ವ ಫಲಗಳ ಕಳಚಿ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಮರ್ಮವ ತೋರೋ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ತತ್ವಸಾರದ ಭಾರ ಹೊತ್ತು ಬೆವರಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೀರೆ, ತತ್ವಸಾರದ ಭಾರ ಹೊತ್ತು ಬೆವರಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೀರೆ, ತಂಪನೆರೆವ ಸುಧೆಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ. ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ. ತಂಪನೆರೆವ ಸುಧೆಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ, ತಂಪನೆರೆವ ಸುಧೆಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ. ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು, ನೀನೆಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಹೇ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ.
তুমি বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে, তুমি বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে। আমি রইল বসে জনম জনম সেই কথা রে তুমি বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে, আমি রইল বসে জনম জনম সেই কথা দিয়ে আসে। তুমি বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে। তোমার প্রেমের শরীর সত্য যেমন সত্য তেমন কথা, ওগো আমরা ঠাকুর আর পারি না সইতে আরো ব্যথা। এসো ঠাকুর, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো আমার পিতা, ওগো এসো ঠাকুর, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো আমার পিতা। তুমি বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে, আমি রইল বসে জনম জনম সেই কথা দিয়ে আসে। বলেছিলে আসবে আবার 100 বছর বাদে। বলেছিলে আনবে মাকে, আসবে সবার সদে, আনবে ভক্ত কলমি দলে, আসবে ঠাকুর কবে। আবার কি আর পঞ্চবটি জাহ্নবে তট নেবে, আবার কি আর পঞ্চবটি জাহ্নবে তট নেবে। আমরা কোথায় খুঁজব ঠাকুর এমন বিশাল ভবে, শানকি ঘাতে বাউল খোঁজে শুধবে মায়ের ঋণ। আর পারি না, আর পারি না, কাটছে না যেদিন। এসো ঠাকুর, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো আমার পিতা, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো আমার পিতা। তুমি এসো ঠাকুর, এসো ঠাকুর, এসো।
ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः. Namaskar to all of you. On this most auspicious Janma Tithi, the birthday of the great avatar Sri Ramakrishna, may he bless us all with bhakti and gnana, devotion and knowledge. We know that the life of an insect, let us take the example of a butterfly. It has only 14 days to live. Still, it flies joyfully, capturing many hearts. Sometimes it is not how long we live, but it is important how do we live. We human beings may live for hundreds of years, but that's not important. Each moment is life. Each moment of life is precious. So what are we to do? Give it for sensual enjoyments? No. Use it to glorify God, to realize your true nature. Be a channel of joy. Be a blessing to others. Now comes to our help the great saying of Sri Ramakrishna. The goal of human life is realization of the ultimate reality, that is God. Why? Which alone can give man supreme fulfillment of everlasting peace. This is the essence of all religions according to Sri Ramakrishna. So let us fulfill this wonderful teaching of Sri Ramakrishna, bring it, inculcate it into our wonderful life. Let us not waste this precious human life, which is very, very difficult to attain. Now, let us, on this special day of the birth of Sri Ramakrishna, come to understand what is meant by incarnation, avatara. The word avatara in Sanskrit itself means avatarana, coming down. The Lord, who is at a very high state of consciousness, not of this world, he wants to come down to our level, to lift us to his level. So the Lord coming down to our level is called avatarana. When that Lord comes and takes a human form on this earth, he is called avatara. Now, when is the time ripe for the avatara to be born? Let us have a look at it. Swami Saradaprabhanandaji Maharaj was one of the direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna. He was given the opportunity to write the wonderful life of Sri Ramakrishna, capture it in a wonderful way. What happened to India before the advent of this great avatar? Blinded by the desire for enjoyment, we Indians forgot India's ancient culture and glory. The loss of that memory confused our understanding, and the national existence itself was at stake. Finding that even for worldly enjoyment, Mother India had to depend upon others. India was overcome by a sense of frustration. Having thus lost the way both to enjoyment and to liberation, and yet being bent on imitating others, The nation was now buffeted by waves of modern materialism and resembled a boat drifting in the high seas without a helmsman. There arose now a clamour on all sides that there never had been a national life in India, that although thanks to the West there was at last some sign of it now, there was still many obstacles to its full growth. Deep-rooted religious beliefs were said to have smothered it. People thought, especially Indians thought, the Hindus thought image worship, the adoration of the Supreme Being, in many aspects as God and goddesses, was blamed for keeping it submerged so long. And so, away with idolatry, people shouted, root it out. Only then will men and women of our country have a new life installed in them. Christianity began to be preached, and in imitation of it, the Western brand of monotheism. Prostrate India was made to listen to lectures delivered at public meetings. Excuse me, Sri Ramakrishna. Prostrate India was made to listen to lectures in the Western manner, delivered at public meetings on politics, sociology, the freedom of women, equality to women, widow remarriage. But in spite of all this, the feeling of frustration and despair, instead of lessening, only grew stronger. British introduced the railways, the telegraph, and all other products of Western civilization came into use. But these did not mend matters, because all such innovations could neither touch nor stimulate the ideals on which our life, the life of the land, India, depended. Since the proper remedy was not applied, this disease of frustration, stress, and despair could not be cured. How could India, whose soul was religion, dharma, be brought to life if a religion was not resuscitated? The influence of the West had brought about its fall. Would it not be futile then to look to the atheistic West for the resurrection? That is, the West being itself imperfect, how could West make another part of the world perfect? Now, it is thus clear that the decline of religion, not only in the West, also in India, the land of Dharma, came about. One is surprised to find how far this decay of religion had spread all over the world at the present time. Religion as a body of truth to be realized in life by the grace of God had totally disappeared in this modern age, steeped as men at present are in the pursuit of only sense pleasures. Science too, though it had enriched life by providing men with new means of enjoyment, had failed to bring them peace. Who will give a helping hand to man and woman in this tragic situation? Is there no spiritual power behind this universe that could be moved by this agony and restlessness of the soul of man for religion suited to the age and capable of rescuing him from snares of sense pleasure? What force can reverse this withdrawal? What force can reverse this downward course of spiritual values, both in the East and the West, and teach man once again to follow the path of peace? Yes, let us remember the words of Lord Krishna, where he had promised in the Bhagavad Gita that he will assume a human body through his Maya and manifest himself in the world whenever religion declines. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanihi bhavati bharata Abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam sujamyaham, and will help men to attain peace. Will not the need of the age rouse his compassion? Will not man's helplessness and despair urge God to assume a body? The demand of the time has actually brought this about, for the Lord has in truth once again born as the spiritual teacher of the world. Listen with faith to his gracious message. What was that great message of Sri Ramakrishna? As many faiths, so many paths. And you will realize the Lord through any spiritual practice performed with a sincere heart. This is very, very important. Whatever path you may take, that's why the first thing is he realized and told us was as many faith, so many paths. And the other wonderful teaching of Sri Ramakrishna is you will realize God through any spiritual practice. But what is important? You should perform with a sincere heart. Let us dwell in admiration on the unheard of renunciation and austerities practiced by him in order to bring back the transcendent awareness of the Supreme Spirit into the mind of men and women. Come, let us meditate on that holy life, free from the slightest taint of lust, and thus purify ourselves. Let us meditate on this special day about the life and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna. The disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, the great disciple, the world famous Swami Vivekananda, told, what is that? No sooner do we have given some charity, we all of us want to see our names blazoned in the newspapers. I've seen in India, they donate one tube light or a bulb, and they want the names of the family members written on the tube light, and no light will come out because everywhere they have advertised their names. Misery comes as a result of such desires. The greatest men in the world have passed away unknown. Swami Vivekananda is telling about the way Sri Ramakrishna came to this world. How did he work? Unseen, just like the flower, the beautiful flower in the forest, blooming at the right time and giving the wonderful fragrance everywhere, and then it goes away, unseen. So, Swami Vivekananda is telling, the Buddhas and the Christs that we know are but second-rate heroes in comparison with the greatest men of whom the world knows nothing. Hundreds of these unknown heroes have lived in every country working silently. Silently they lived and silently they pass away. And in times, what happens? Their thoughts finds expression in Buddhas or Christs. And it is these latter that become known to us. The highest men do not seek to get any name or fame from their knowledge. They leave their ideas to the world. They put forth no claims for themselves and establish no schools or systems in their name. Their whole nature shrinks from such a thing. They are the pure Sattvikas who can never make any stir. But what do? They only melt down in love. You can hear about Sri Ramakrishna, a wonderful statement of Swami Vivekananda. And what is that? About Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda tells it is a remarkable phenomenon that in Sri Ramakrishna there has been an assemblage of ideas deeper than the sea and vaster than the skies. So, Ramakrishna lived as an avatar, this wonderful life, the Bhavarajya Chakravarti. He was the emperor of the world of ideas. Now, the one that is this avatar of Sri Ramakrishna, he had combined the wonderful intellect of Shankaracharya and the large heart of Buddha and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The embodiment of this both head and heart. The time was ripe for one to be born who in one body could have the brilliant intellect of Shankaracharya and the wonderfully expansive infinite heart of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Buddha. One who would see in every sect the same spirit working, the same God, one who would see God in every being. So that was what Sri Ramakrishna preached, to see God in every living being and serve. Shiva Gnane Jiva Seva, which Swami Vivekananda preached to every doorstep of this world as the highest practical Vedanta, highest teaching of Vedanta, the practical Vedanta. Ramakrishna, one who would see God in every being, one whose heart would weep for the poor, for the weak, for the outcast, for the downtrodden, for everyone in this world, inside India or outside India, and at the same time, whose grand, brilliant intellect would conceive of such noble thoughts as would harmonize all conflicting sects, not only in India but outside of India, and bring a marvelous harmony, the universal religion of head and heart into existence. Such a man was born, and Swami Vivekananda tells that he had the good fortune. Let us hear it from the sacred mouth of Swami Vivekananda. I had the good fortune to sit at his feet for years. The time was ripe. It was necessary that such a man should be born. And he came. And the most wonderful part of it was, his life's work was just near a city which was full of Western thought, Calcutta. That was the capital of British at that time. A city which had run mad for Occidental ideas. A city which had become more Europeanized than any other city in India. There Ramakrishna lived without any book, learning whatsoever in the Western concept. This great intellect never learnt anything according to the Western education system. We should also remember, Ramakrishna was born in 1836, the year in which Macaulay introduced English education. He wanted to convert all of India. So, the brown-skinned Indian should be educated in such a way that he should find Englishmen or the ideas of the West, the clerks, to do the work of the British. So that was why he introduced the English system, the English education system in India. That very year, see the providence, Sri Ramakrishna was born to give his wonderful idea to this world. Can you imagine? And that was the city, Calcutta. And the most brilliant graduates of the Calcutta University found in him an intellectual giant. He was a strange man, this Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Vivekananda tells, let me now only mention the great Sri Ramakrishna, the fulfillment of Indian sages. In one life, he lived. The life or the travel of spirituality from zero to the highest. The sage for the time, one whose teaching is just now in the present time most beneficial. And mark the divine power working behind this man, the son of a poor priest born in an out-of-the-way village, unknown and unthought of, today is worshipped literally by thousands in Europe and America. And Vivekananda says tomorrow will be worshipped by thousands men. Who knows the plan of the Lord? Then Swami Vivekananda mentions about this great avatara. My master, my hero, my ideal, my God in my life, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. If there has been anything achieved by me, says Vivekananda, by thoughts or words or deeds, if from my lip has ever fallen one word that has helped anyone in this world, I lay no claim to it. It was all his. But if there has been curses falling from my lips, if there has been hatred coming out of me, it is all purely mine, not his. All that has been weak has been mine, and all that has been life-giving, strengthening, pure and holy has been Sri Ramakrishna's inspiration. His words and he himself. Yes, my friends, the world has yet to know that man. We read in the history the world about prophets and their lives, and these come down to us through centuries of writings and workings by their disciples. Through thousands of years of chiseling and modeling, the lives of the great prophets of yore come down to us, and yet, in my opinion, not one stands so high in brilliance as that of Sri Ramakrishna's life. And Vivekananda tells, I saw this with my own eyes, under whose shadow I lived, and at whose feet I have learnt everything. The life of Sri Ramakrishna. Hey friends, you all know the celebrated saying of Bhagavad Gita. Whenever, O descendant of Bharata, that is Arjuna, there is a decline of dharma and rise of adharma, then I body myself forth for the protection of the good, for the destruction of the wicked, and for the establishment of righteousness, dharma. I come into being in every age. Now, let us think of another idea here. Yes, in those days of Lord Krishna and Rama, the avatara used to come for what? To stop the decline of dharma, to protect the righteous, to destroy the wicked. But now, if the Lord starts working in that fashion of destroying the wicked, all of us would perish. Because in us human beings, now the asuras, the demoniacal nature and the godlike nature are equally present. So this time Ramakrishna never came with any weapon. See how simple he is. So what is the change in this concept of avatara? Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkritam. Now it is changed. And what is that? Paritranaya sadhunam is there for the protection of the good, but it is not for the destruction of the wicked. Then what is that? What is going to happen now? Parivartanaya dushkritam, for the transformation of the wicked. There is no killing, there is no destruction. It is the transformation, the life transforming ideas. That is what the avatara stands for now. Then what happened to the glories? What happened to the weapons? Now the weapon carried by this great avatara is Namaskara Astra. Samshaya Nasha Mahastram, Swami Vivekananda writes in one of this thing. So to remove the doubt, Samshaya Nasha Mahastra. So he has bought this astra, the weapon of removing our doubts in God. And the Namaskara, humility astra, the missile or the armament of humility, by which he will conquer the whole world. That is this new concept of avatara. and not punishing the wicked but transformation of the wicked is the wonderful concept of this new avatara of this age. Now Vivekananda tells, you have to understand one more thing. Such a thing is before us today. Before us, before one of these tidal waves of spirituality come, there are whirlpools of lesser manifestation all over society. One of these comes up at first unknown, unperceived and unthought of, assuming proportions, swallowing as it were and assimilating all the other little whirlpools, becoming immense, becoming a tidal wave and falling upon society with a power which none can resist. Such is happening after the advent of Sri Ramakrishna. If you have eyes, you will see it. If you have heart, if your heart is open, you can receive it. If you are truth seekers, you will find it. Blind indeed is the man who does not see the sign of the day. This boy born of poor Brahmin parents in an out of the way village of which very few you have even heard is literally being worshipped in lands which have been fulminating against heathen worship for centuries. Whose worship is it? Is it mine or yours? It is none else than the power which was manifesting here as Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. For you and I and sages and prophets, nay, even incarnation, the whole universe are but manifestation of powers or less individualized, more or less concentrated. Here has been a manifestation of immense power, just the very beginning of whose working we are seeing now. And before this generation passes away, you will see more wonderful working of that power. It has come just in time for the regeneration of India and also the whole world. For we forget from time to time the vital power that must always work in India. Now, let us see the birth of this wonderful avatara in the words of Sri Ramakrishna himself. Once it so happened, Sri Ramakrishna, the master, told us once again a little about the vision he had about Narendra. Sri Ramakrishna had an experience before Narendra came to Dakshineshwar. Sri Ramakrishna tells, one day I saw that through Samadhi, the highest experience of yoga, my mind was going up a luminous path, going beyond the gross world studded with the sun, moon and the stars. It entered first of all into the subtle world of ideas. The more it began to ascend to subtler and subtler strata of that realm, the more did I see beautiful ideal forms of deities, gods and goddesses existing on both sides of the path. So now my mind came gradually to the last extremity of that region. I saw a barrier of light there separating the realm of the divisible from that of the indivisible, from the khanda to the akhanda, dividing that, from the divisible from that of the indivisible. Leaping over it, the mind entered by degrees the realm of the indivisible, formless. I saw in that indivisible that there was no more any person or things there having a form. As if afraid to enter there, even the gods and goddesses possessing heavenly bodies exercise their authority only over the realm far, far below. But the very next moment, I saw 7 wise rishis having not the physical body, but the bodies consisting of divine light only, seated there in Samadhi. I felt that in virtue and knowledge, love and renunciation, These rishis had excelled even the gods and goddesses, not to speak of human beings. Astonished, I was pondering over their greatness when I saw before me that a part of that homogeneous mass of light, Akhanda Satchit Ananda Parabrahma, the consciousness, a part of that homogeneous mass of light of the abode of the indivisible, devoid of the slightest tinge of difference, now became solidified, Murti, solidified and converted into the form of a divine child, coming down to one of those rishis and throwing its soft and delicate arms around his neck. The divine child embraced that rishi and afterwards, calling him with its ambrosial nectarine words, Amrutamaya, sweeter than the music of the veena, made great efforts to wake that rishi from his samadhi. That rishi woke up at the delicate and loving touch and looked at on that wonderful child with half shut eyes, free from winking. Seeing this wonderful bright face of the child full of delight, looking at that divine child, I thought that child was the treasure of the heart on whom that rishi was meditating, and that their familiarity was a matter of eternity. The extraordinary divine child then expressed infinite joy and said to that rishi, I am going down. You must come with me. The rishi said nothing at that request, but his loving eyes expressed his hearty assent. Afterwards, looking on the child with loving eyes, again the rishi entered into samadhi. Now Ramakrishna is telling about this wonderful vision. Astonished, I then saw that a part of the mind and body of that rishi, converted into the form of a bright light, came down to the earth along the river's path. Hardly had I seen Narendra, who would become the next world famous Swami Vivekananda for the first time, then I knew that Narendra or Swami Vivekananda was that rishi. Now the question arises, then who is that child, that divine child? The master described this vision to us. Saradaprabhanandaji Maharaj is telling that master described this vision to us in his extraordinary simple language. Asking Sri Ramakrishna about the child of his vision one day, the master told that he himself had assumed the form of that child. The divine child was none other than Sri Ramakrishna, who has come down to this world to give us that wonderful knowledge. Another direct disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, Abhedanandaji Maharaj, tells, Vitaritum avatiranam in the meditation of Sri Ramakrishna. Vitaritum avatiranam gnana bhaktihi prashantihi pranaya galita chittam jiva dukkha asahishnam dhrita sahaja samadhim chinmayam komalangam vimala paramahamsam Ramakrishnam bhajamaha. Vitaritum avatiranam. He has come down, avatirana, avatarana. Why? Vitaritum, to distribute, to give. Gnana, bhaktihi, knowledge and devotion. Prashantihi, the highest peace. Pranaya galita chittam, his mind is completely submerged in love for the living beings. And what is that? Jiva dukkha asahishnam. He cannot withstand the suffering of the living beings. So he has come down to remove their sufferings. And that is this avatara. We all know that father of Sri Ramakrishna, Kshudirama, had that wonderful vision in Gaya, Gadadhara Vishnu. Give him that vision and told he will be born as his son. And here in Kamarpukur, that Buddha Shiva, Vriddha Shiva, from there, from that Shivalinga, a wonderful effulgent light came out and entered into the womb of Chandramani Devi. The wonderful combination of Shiva and Vishnu. Now, the birth of Gadadhar, this wonderful child, it was some 10 minutes before dawn that Chandramani Devi felt the first pangs of labor. Dhani Kamarani helped her to the lying in room, and there almost immediately Chandramani Devi gave birth to a male child. No doctor, no midwife, no medical help. It was just the place where they make the flattened rice. So there was the oven, firewood oven, and some other machines for husking the flattened rice. So it was just a simple room. Chandramani Devi gave birth to this wonderful male child. After doing needful for the Chandra, Dhani Kamarini now had completely forgotten where the baby had gone. Now Dhani Kamarani turned her attention to the baby only to find that it had disappeared from the place where she had kept it. In alarm, she took the lamp. No electricity during that period. It was the village of Kamarpukur. In alarm, she took the lamp to look for the child and found that the baby had rolled down the ground covered with blood and slime, because it had come out of the womb of the mother, the placenta, the slime, and everything is covering the body with that wet slime. The baby had just rolled down the ground covered with blood and slime into the hollow fireplace, the oven, the firewood oven which was there, and it was lying there with its little body adorned with ashes like baby Shiva, smearing the whole. As soon as he was born, the baby child smeared its body with the ashes like the great renunciate Lord Shiva. Still not crying, Dhani tenderly picked up the child, washed it, and looking at it in the light, wondered at its beauty and its size. It looked like a 6 months old infant. Chandramani's friend Prasanna and other women of the Laha family were sent for. As soon as they arrived, Dhani told them what had happened. Now you can see Narayana, Hari, Hara, Shiva and Vishnu come together. The wonderful consummation of those wonderful personality, Shiva and Vishnu. At the sacred solemn hour before sunrise, the sound of the conch filled the humble cottage, the scene of Khudiram's austerity, and proclaimed to the world the advent of the great soul. Now let us see the signs of zodiac under which the child was born. Khudiram was well versed in astrology, found that the boy had come into the world at an especially auspicious moment. The astrological signs at the moment of Gadadhar's birth, it was according to the Hindu calendar, which reckons the day from sunrise to sunrise. It was Wednesday, the 6th day of Phalguna in BE 1242. It is BE 1242 or 1757 of the Shaka year, or it was Thursday, February 18 AD 1836 according to Gregorian calendar. The child was born just 12 minutes before sunrise in the happy astrological conjunction called the Siddhi Yoga, indicating that the boy would have a unique life. The horoscope of Sri Ramakrishna by Narayana Chandra Jyotir Bhushana, a great astrologer, reads like this. Sri Ramakrishna was born in the year AD 1836 on the second day of the bright fortnight of the month Dvitiya Shukla Paksha, when the sun was in the zodiac of Aquarius Kumbha, February 18, early in the morning at about 5 a.m. His birth took place when it was Siddhi Yoga, owing to the auspicious union of Shukla Dvitiya with Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. The result of this natal arrangement of the planet is, according to Bhrigu Samhita, this child would become the head of a religious movement, virtuous, highly honored, always engaged in doing virtuous deeds. He will live in a temple and gets a large following of disciples. He is called a great man by all and is born of the spirit of Lord Narayana. He will be worshipped by all. So, this is the wonderful birth of Sri Ramakrishna. We have meditated on this wonderful personality, this Avatara Varishta, on this special day. Will be definitely blessed as Sri Ramakrishna has himself promised. Let me take you through one of the wonderful incidents from the life of a woman disciple of Sri Ramakrishna. And what is that? Once Yoginma asked Sri Ramakrishna, "O Thakur, O Master, what will happen to us?" To which Sri Ramakrishna replied, "What more do you want?" replied Sri Ramakrishna. "You have seen me, you have served me, you have fed me. What else do you need? Don't worry." See the promise Sri Ramakrishna is making. The 1,000-petaled lotus of your 7th plane Sahasrara will bloom. That is, you will get Brahma Gnana, the highest knowledge. At the time of your death, he further said to all the devotees, at the devotees' last moment, I shall have to appear before them. Otherwise, how will they get liberation? So, it is to give us liberation. The wonderful highest freedom, this wonderful avatara has come. We are all blessed to think of him. We will continue to meditate upon him and get his blessings immensely, infinitely. Thank you. Namaste. Aum Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Ramakrishna Prema Sudha Sindhu Nino Ramakrishna Ramakrishna Prema Sudha Sindhu Nino Madhura Madhura Ninna Nama Japisi Japisi Dhanya Nano Madhura Madhura Ninna Nama Japisi Japisi Dhanya Nano Madhura Madhura Ninna Nama Japisi Japisi Dhanya Nano Madhura Madhura Ninna Nama ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ನಿನ್ನ ವಕ್ಷಸ್ಥಲದಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹಳಯ್ಯ. ಮಾತೆ ಶಾರದಾಂಬೆ ನಿನ್ನ ವಕ್ಷಸ್ಥಲದಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹಳಯ್ಯ. ಶ್ರೀ ವಿವೇಕ ಶ್ರೀರಾಖಾಲ ನಿನ್ನ ಭವ್ಯ ಬಾಹುಗಳಯ್ಯ. 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 ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸುಧಾ ಸಿಂಧು ನೀನು. ಮಧುರ ಮಧುರ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. ಮಧುರ ಮಧುರ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. ನಿನ್ನ ದಿವ್ಯ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಷ್ಯವೃಂದ ಮಹದಾನಂದ. ನಿನ್ನ ದಿವ್ಯ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಷ್ಯವೃಂದ ಮಹದಾನಂದ. ಭಕ್ತ ಜನರು ಬಂದು ಬಂದು ಬಾಗಿ ಬಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಪರಯ್ಯ. ನಿನ್ನ ದಿವ್ಯ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಷ್ಯವೃಂದ ಮಹದಾನಂದ. ಭಕ್ತ ಜನರು ಬಂದು ಬಂದು ಬಾಗಿ ಬಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಪರಯ್ಯ. 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 ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸುಧಾ ಸಿಂಧು ನೀನು. ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸುಧಾ ಸಿಂಧು ನೀನು. ಮಧುರ ಮಧುರ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. 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 ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. ಜಪಿಸಿ ಜಪಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯ ನಾನು. Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Sri Ramakrishna Mangalakari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Namo Narayana Bhavadukahari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Narendra Sevita Jivahitakari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharada Pujita Bhuvana Vihari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Sharanagata Jana Rakshanakari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Namo Narayana Nararupadhari.
Ramakrishna Jai Jai Ramakrishna Jai Jai
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 Ramakrishna Jai Jai Ramakrishna
Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai,
Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai,
Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai, Ramakrishna Jai Jai.
Narayanaya. On behalf of Revered Swami Swatmaramanandaji Maharaj and the officials of the Johannesburg Centre, we humbly thank you for joining us for today's program and pray that you found the messages charged with spirituality. Aum Namo Narayanaya.
India is a land of mystics. Over the ages, several spiritual giants have taken birth in this holy land. Their birthplaces have become perennial sources of spiritual peace for millions of men and women. West Bengal is a land of varied chants. A journey from north to south begins with the majestic Himalayas and passes through the Gangetic plains, beaches, and natural mangrove forests. Many of us have heard of Kamarpukur and Jayrambati, and many of us haven't. They are two humble villages in the heart of Bengal which have gained prominence as the birthplaces of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and his spiritual consort, Holy Mother Sharada Devi. Full of sacred memories of the past, they stand today as a great fountain of peace, joy, and spirituality. Kamarpukur is about 3 hours' drive from Kolkata. On the western border of Kamarpukur, a canal, Bhutir Khal, flows in a zigzag course from the north to the south. Two cremation grounds, Budhui Moral and Bhutir Khal, lie on either side of the village. This is Ramakrishna Mutt, Kamarpukur, the holy birthplace of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna. The narrator of the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna says, "I perceived light everywhere in Kamarpukur. I saw trees, plants, birds, beasts, human beings, all as luminous forms, and I bowed down to them." The pilgrimage to Kamarpukur begins with a visit to the temple of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. This temple stands at the very place of his birth. The Bhagavad Gita says that when the Lord takes human form, his birth and life are divine. The Puranas record the unique spiritual experiences and visions surrounding the advent of incarnations. Sri Ramakrishna's birth was no exception. His parents had several unusual experiences that assured them that an auspicious divine presence would soon fill their lives with bliss. Sri Ramakrishna was born in a husking shed. In the corner of the shed there was an oven. Soon after the child was born, it slipped into the oven and became smeared with ashes like Lord Shiva, an indication of his future life of renunciation. To remind us of the events of his birth, a husking machine, a fireplace, and a lamp are engraved on the altar. Sri Ramakrishna is worshipped here 6 times daily, with the same reverence accorded to Sri Rama, Sri Krishna, and other incarnations of Vishnu.
आज प्रेमानंद से मन रे गाओ राम कृष्ण नाम। आज प्रेमानंद से मन रे गाओ राम कृष्ण नाम। भजो राम कृष्ण नाम, जपो राम कृष्ण नाम। नाम सुधा पान करो मतय विराम। आज प्रेमानंद से मन रे गाओ राम कृष्ण नाम। कामारपुकुर हुआ पुण्य व्रज धाम। सखा गण को लेकर खेले लीलाया विराम। मन दर्पण के पट पर मेरे छवि है सुठाम। भजो राम कृष्ण नाम। आज प्रेमानंद से मन रे गाओ राम कृष्ण नाम। जय राम बाटी की माटी चंदन समान। माँ जननी की जन्म भूमि महातीर्थ स्थान। मातृ चरण में शरण लेकर होवे पूर्ण काम। भजो राम कृष्ण नाम।
This is the layout of Khudiram's house at Sri Ramakrishna's time. The family used the 3 huts in the north as their living rooms. The hut at the extreme left is Sri Ramakrishna's room. The hut in the west is the shrine of Raghuveer, their family deity. There were a kitchen and a husking shed at the southeast, which is no more today. Now the temple stands here. This is Raghuveer temple. Raghuveer or Rama is their family deity. He is worshipped here in this Shila known as Raghuveer. This Narayana Shila and this picture of Sitala Devi have been worshipped by the family for long. This Rameshwar Shivalinga was added after Shuddhiram's visit to Rameshwaram. Before coming to Kamarpukur, Sri Ramakrishna's father, Shuddhiram Chottopadhyay, an honest and pious Brahmin, lived in the village of Derepur, about 2 miles west of Kamarpukur. The family was noble, decent and rich. Sometime in 1814, Shuddhiram denied giving false testimony in favor of the village zamindar in a court case. As a result, the family was forced to leave their ancestral property and village. At this time of distress, his kind friend Sukhlal Goswami of Kamarpukur invited him to his house. He generously accommodated Shuddhiram in his outer mud huts and offered half-acre agricultural land so that he might start a new life. Shuddhiram accepted the offer and came to Kamarpukur with his wife Chandramani Devi and 2 children. Shuddhiram was so pious that sometimes his chosen deity, goddess Sitala Devi, would actually come to help him pluck flowers. The story of how Shuddhiram got the Raghubir Shila has its own religious significance. Once on a hot summer afternoon, he was coming back from a distant village. He felt tired and fell asleep under a tree. He had a divine vision of Lord Rama, pointing to a particular spot in a nearby field and telling him, "I have been staying here for a long time without food and care. Take me to your home." The next day he himself built a small temple for Raghubir and started worshipping it daily. Sri Ramakrishna was allowed to worship the deities in this temple after his Upanayana. It was because of their loyalty and devotion to their family deity, Lord Ramachandra, that the family members have names with Rama as suffix or prefix, like Shuddhi Ram, Ram Kumar, Ram Sila, and so on. Now the worship in the temple is carried out by the descendants of the family. When his elder son Ram Kumar was mature enough to take up the family responsibilities, Shuddhiram felt confident to spend more time on worship and pilgrimages. Therefore, in 1835, at the age of 60, Shuddhiram travelled on foot to Gaya. After performing the rites of his ancestors at Vishnu Pada Padma there, he was filled with bliss. That night he had a dream. He saw himself inside the temple offering food to his forefathers, who appeared before him in luminous celestial bodies. The next moment the temple was filled with divine light, and he saw Lord Vishnu standing in a radiant form addressing him affectionately. "Shuddhiram, your extraordinary devotion has made me very happy. I will be born as your son to receive your loving care." It was just around this time that Chandramani Devi also had a vision of a stream of divine light coming from the Shivalinga entering her womb. Thus, in due course, on Wednesday, February 17th, 1836, Sri Ramakrishna was born just 12 minutes before the sunrise. This is the horoscope of Sri Ramakrishna. Shuddhiram himself checked the astrological signs and found that the child was born at a very auspicious moment. Studying Sri Ramakrishna's birth chart, expert astrologers declared, "The child is born during an auspicious arrangement of the planets. Such a person will be profoundly religious, highly respected, and will always be engaged in virtuous deeds. He will live in a temple surrounded by many disciples. He will establish a new religious order. He will be renowned all over the world as a great soul and will be worshipped by the people as part of Narayan." The child was named Gadadhar after the presiding deity of Gaya. He was affectionately called Gadai. Beside the Raghubir temple stands Sri Ramakrishna's room. Sri Ramakrishna lived in this very room till he was 17. The room is kept exactly as it was during his time. Just as little Krishna attracted the women of Vrindavan, Gadai too captivated the hearts of the villagers. The neighbors would always drop in at their house to catch a glimpse of Gadai. Here is an incident that shows how much the villagers loved him. When Gadai was 5 months old, Shuddhiram was preparing for his Annaprashana ceremony in a simple way. Dharamdas Laha, the local zamindar, happily took up the responsibility. Thus, a simple ceremony turned into a grand, memorable occasion. When Gadai was 5, he started going to school. He was a multifaceted genius who loved sculpture, dramatics, music, and other arts. He was very fond of the village singer Haradhan Vairagi's singing and the jatras which he could reproduce vividly. With this wonderful skill, he not only captivated the hearts of the villagers, but also in his later days, he would entertain the devotees in Kolkata and Dakhineshwar. He became very competent in molding images of gods and goddesses. Much later, in Dakhineshwar, when he was making the model of Shiva, Mathur was enchanted and called Rani Rasmani to have a look at the Shiva made by him. As Gadadhar was growing up, his divine nature began to manifest. Gadadhar experienced ecstasy quite a few times during his childhood. One day, he was walking through a paddy field during the monsoon season. Suddenly, he saw a flock of white cranes flying against the backdrop of thick black clouds. Seeing this beautiful scene, Gadai became ecstatic. This was his first spiritual experience. He was about 6 years then. When Gadai was only 7, his father's untimely death affected him tremendously. He began to spend long hours in the company of holy men and sadhus. Around this time, he became introvert and avoided company of other children. With his beautiful handwriting, he copied many books like Shubhahu, Harishchandra, Mahiravan, Parijata Haran, which are well preserved even today. This is the handwriting of Sri Ramakrishna. When his eldest brother Ramkumar observed his apparently casual attitude towards life and lack of interest towards studies, in 1853 he took him to Kolkata. After 3 years, when Sri Ramakrishna became the priest of Dakhineshwar Kali temple, he started intense sadhana, which to some people was a sign of madness. When this rumor reached his mother, she brought him to Kamarpukur and got him married to Sri Sharada Devi. In 1867, Sri Ramakrishna again came to stay in Kamarpukur along with Hriday and Bhairavi Brahmani. Even Sri Sharada Devi was called from Jairambati, and they spent 7 months in Kamarpukur. This was the time when Sri Ramakrishna taught Holy Mother the purpose of human life. He gave her instructions in minute details on how to lead an ideal life in this material world. As Dakhineshwar became very unhealthy during the monsoon, Sri Ramakrishna used to come to Kamarpukur every year during the 4 months of the rainy season. The master visited Kamarpukur for the last time in 1875. This room is now preserved as his bedroom. Every day after the Annabhog, Sri Ramakrishna is ceremoniously taken to his bedroom for rest. This ritual is performed by the Pujari Swamiji.
Kali kalushan navavich vinashte trijagat nasti pannagadrashte keshavadhita Ramakrishna rupa keshavadhita Ramakrishna rupa Jaya Ramakrishna Hare Jaya Ramakrishna Hare Jaya Ramakrishna Hare Jaya Ramakrishna Hare. प्रकट गदाधर वपु अवतरण रामकृष्ण यति पावन चरण केशवधृत रामकृष्ण रूप केशवधृत रामकृष्ण रूप Krishna Hare, Jaya Rama Krishna Hare, Jaya Rama Krishna Hare, Jaya Rama Krishna Hare.
Previously, the three huts were separate. The present continuous veranda was not present then. There was a passage here before. The door here was the entrance of the house. There's an interesting story associated with this door. After the Mahasamadhi of Sri Ramakrishna, one day Holy Mother was standing at this gate. Suddenly she saw Sri Ramakrishna coming from Bhutirkhal side along with his devotees. A stream of water was springing out from Sri Ramakrishna's feet and flowing in front of him, just like Bhagirath bringing Ganga to the earth. So seeing this, she ran and plucked a few flowers and offered them to the Ganga. The hut in the middle belonged to Sri Ramakrishna's second brother, Rameshwar. This is presently used as a storeroom for the shrine. This hut too was single-storied during that time. After the passing away of Sri Ramakrishna, Rameshwar's son Ramlal constructed the second story. The main entrance was on the east. The gate has been retained at exactly the same spot where it stood over 160 years back. Outside the boundary wall on the northern side of the main gate stands the parlour hut. Just beside the parlour room, Sri Ramakrishna himself planted this mango tree. Even now, the tree continues to provide fruits. The tree is the only living object that bears witness to Sri Ramakrishna's divine play here. The main gate of the temple is constructed just beside this mango tree. In 1849, Sri Ramakrishna's eldest brother Ramkumar shifted to Kolkata for earning a better livelihood. Gradually, his younger brothers and mother Chandramani Devi too left Kamarpukur. So for a considerable period, this house was used only for occasional visits. During the master's illness at Kashipur, he told Holy Mother, "You will live at Kamarpukur. The devotees will have as much veneration for you as they have for me. You will grow pot herbs, eat your rice with greens, and call on Hari." Later, Ramakrishna Math decided to build a temple at the sacred spot of his birth and acquired the ancestral house and adjacent areas. The famous Bengali artist Nandalal Bose designed the temple. This is the model of the temple. To preserve the original house and beauty of its surroundings, he designed the temple simple and small. This temple is built with pink marble brought from Chinar of Uttar Pradesh. It took 2 years to construct the temple. The famous Gopeshwar Pal of Kolkata was entrusted the job of sculpting the marble statue of Sri Ramakrishna. Previously, he had sculpted Sri Ramakrishna's statue at Belur Math. He first made this model. He sculpted the statue after the Math authorities approved it. The consecration of the temple was held on the auspicious Akshaya Tritiya day on 11th May 1951. Lots of sadhus and devotees came from various parts of India and abroad to attend the consecration ceremony. The great occasion started with Homa. In the morning, the sadhus and devotees came in a procession holding pictures of Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swamiji. For this function, a huge kitchen was constructed. At noon, about 8,000 devotees were seated and served sumptuous lunch prasad. As times passed, Ramakrishna Mutt constructed a few more buildings here for various purposes. This Nat Mandir is constructed on the site where stood Sukhlal Goswami's house originally. The walls are decorated with various scenes depicting Sri Ramakrishna's childhood. To promote the village economy, the Mutt has devised Pali Mangal scheme. The devotees and visitors can buy items made by the poor villagers from the Pali Mangal showroom. The complex also houses the office of the Mutt. It is called Swami Virajananda Dham. Here, people can collect prasad coupons and offer donations. The Mutt authorities have built a big guest house having 250 beds to accommodate an ever-growing number of devotees. The Mutt has built a huge dining hall to cater to the ever-growing number of devotees who partake of prasad daily. Behind Sri Ramakrishna's room stands the famous Jugi Shiva temple. There used to be a big pond in front of this temple. The huts, temple and the road in between are all kept in the same position, although the mud road is paved now. The temple is dedicated to Shantinatha Shiva. Ramanand Jugi constructed this temple. This temple is 35 feet height and faces the east. This Shiva temple is constructed in the traditional Art Chala style, with decorated front of terracotta statues of various gods and goddesses. Chandramani Devi had an extraordinary experience here. She herself narrated, "One evening when I was speaking with Dhani in front of Jugi Shiva temple, I suddenly saw divine effulgence coming from the holy image of great god Shiva, filling the temple and rushing towards me in waves. All of a sudden the light engulfed me and swiftly entered my body. Stunned by wonder and fear, I fell unconscious. After that incident, she started feeling that she had conceived, and in due course, Sri Ramakrishna was born." The neighboring areas are full of memories of Sri Ramakrishna's divine play as a child. Just 3 minutes away from the Mutt is the Pine House, where he had his third Bhava Samadhi. This is Sitanath Pine's house. He was a well-to-do, pious man and a friend of Shuddhiram. In his house, he had a traditional Pancharatna temple dedicated to Vishnu and Shiva. This is in ruins now. Every year on the night of Shivaratri, he used to arrange religious plays. Once, due to the illness of the main actor, Gadai was asked to play the role of Shiva. They started chanting mantra and blowing conch. Soon he lost outer consciousness and stood frozen on the stage. To honor this incident, this memorial is built. Just 100 meters away from the Pine's house is the house of Dharmadas Laha. This is the old house of the Lahas. They were the richest family in the village. Once, during a Shraddha ceremony here, a Pandit Sabha was organized. During their Sabha, there was a heated argument among them. The young Gadai was enjoying the debate. Seeing the commotion among the elderly Pandits, he came forward to give a simple solution to their complicated problem. This incident gives a glimpse of that special quality of Sri Ramakrishna, by which he gave very simple explanations of difficult scriptural concepts. This is the Vishnu temple of the Lahas. The temple was constructed following the Dalan form of architecture prevalent amongst the temples in Bengal. This is the Laha family's doll exhibition. Here they have arranged for a permanent doll exhibition depicting scenes from the Puranas. This is the Durga Mandap of Laha family. During Sri Ramakrishna's childhood days, Durga Puja used to be organized here in a grand manner. Young Gadadhar used to take part in these celebrations. This is the Chandi Mandap of the Durga Dalan. During major festivals, jatras, harikathas, kavi gan, kirtan were organized here. At other times, it was used as a primary school for the village children. Sri Ramakrishna too had his schooling in this Pathshala. When Gadai was 5 years old, his father got him admitted to this Pathshala. Within a short time, he could read and write in a simple way, but he was averse to arithmetic. Till today, the Laha family has tried to maintain this Pathshala in its original form. Some of the poles that were there at Sri Ramakrishna's time are still standing today. To the right of the Pathshala is the Rasmancha. Every year during Ras Purnima, a festival is organized here. To the right of the Rasmancha is the Shiva temple of Prasannamai, the daughter of Dharmadas Laha. Just opposite to Pathshala stands Gopeshwar Shiva temple. Sri Ramakrishna adopted his own unique way of doing intense sadhana in Dakhineshwar Kali temple. This some people mistook as a sign of madness. When this news reached Kamarpukur, his anxious mother came to this ancient Gopeshwar Shiva and took a vow of fasting and prayer for her son's recovery. Here she received this instruction: "Your desire will be fulfilled if you undertake the vow of fasting and prayer to the Shiva of Mukundapur." Just behind the Gopeshwar Shiva temple stands the Kamarpukur tank, from which the village got its name. Near Gopeshwar temple was the house of Sri Ramakrishna's nurse, Dhani Kamarini. Dhani Kamarini had a long association with Shuddhiram's family. Being the village nurse, she nursed Chandramani Devi during Sri Ramakrishna's birth. She used to love him as her own child. During his Upanayana ceremony, Sri Ramakrishna took his first bhiksha from her. The local devotees built this temple in her memory. It was consecrated on 5th March 1946. A little distance away from Dhani Kamarini's house was Chinu Shankahari's house. This is the picture of his house. He was a devout Vaishnava. He was the first person in Kamarpukur to recognize the divinity of Gadadhar. He believed that Gadadhar was an incarnation of Sri Chaitanya. So he loved and respected him very much. He used to feed young Gadadhar as the cowherd boys used to feed Sri Krishna of Vrindavan. At present, a Tulasi Mancha has been erected in the place of his house. One kilometer away from Chinnu Shankahari's house is Budui Moral Smoshan. It is one of the cremation grounds where Sri Ramakrishna practiced sadhana in solitude. Just opposite to the main gate of the mutt is Haldarpukur. Sri Ramakrishna, his parents, Holy Mother Sri Sharda Devi and other devotees of Sri Ramakrishna used to bathe here, so the water of this pond has become holy. Lots of stories are associated with Sri Ramakrishna and Sharda Devi to this pond. In the Gospel, we find Sri Ramakrishna often refer to this tank to illustrate many of his witty sayings. He used to say that in his childhood, it was a common scene for people to commit nuisance around the pond early every morning. To prevent this, people decided to do something about it. But there was no result. It continued just as before. Then they complained to the concerned Tehsildar, and he put a notice that committing nuisance here is prohibited. From the very next day, it stopped. This is the power of authority. In the same way, giving lectures without authority from God does not bear any fruits.